The Rays' 8-game road trip heads into its second stop, Fenway Park in Boston, where old friend David Price goes to the hill for the Red Sox, and the Rays offense looks to ignite on a cold day in New England. It is a picturesque setting at Fenway Park, the home opener for the Boston Red Sox, and for the Rays, game 3 of an 8-game road trip after 2 in New York. It is cold. Some would call it refreshing, but believe me, it's cold. 41 degrees, the wind chill is 30, and the wind out of the west-northwest at 26 miles per hour. But we will have a full house here at Fenway. With Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats, so good to have you with us as the Rays move into their third game of this series. They're still looking for their first victory on this trip, and they will face their former teammate, the left-hander David Price, who was very good against the Rays at Tropicana Field.
I'll tell you what, his performance against the Rays at the Trop, dominant, yet very efficient. You know, you look at his line, he had a very clean line. 7 innings, just 4 hits given up, no earned runs, no runs, period. No walks, 5 strikeouts. But he did all of that on just 76 pitches, and he absolutely owned the inside part of the plate with the fastball and the cutter. Opened it up a little bit later as the game went on, but he owned the inner part of the plate, and you'd love to see somebody from that Rays lineup today get him out of there.
Well, here is the pitching matchup. Price back after that outing against the Rays at Tropicana Field. And for the Rays, it will be Yonny Chirinos, who last worked Sunday, pitched 4 very good innings against this Boston Red Sox ball club. All the pomp and circumstance of a home opener, the flyover, and the first pitch is just moments away. Rays and the Red Sox coming up. Home opener for the Boston Red Sox for the Rays, looking for some offensive production. And the David Price they faced at Tropicana Field was extremely effective and efficient. We'll take a look at our starting lineups presented by your Southern Ford dealers. The Rays will have Matt Duffy leading off. He'll be at third base. Kevin Kiermaier in the number 2 spot in center, followed by Carlos Gomez, who will hit third. C.J. Cron is the DH. Wilson Ramos behind the plate. The number 6 hitter is Brad Miller. And Andy Echeverria, the shortstop, will hit 7th. With Daniel Robertson at second base, the number 8 hitter, Rob Refsnyder, in left field, and he'll be batting in the 9th spot.
Well, and for David Price in his 11th season, and you see the overall numbers, they're outstanding. 260 starts, 128 wins, that ERA 3.21 to go along with the 16 complete games. And actually, since he has been a Boston Red Sox, it hasn't been the easiest transition for him up here in Boston, but has put together good numbers here at Fenway Park, 11-4 as a member of this team.
Well, here's Matt Duffy, starts the day hitting .286. And the first pitch of this game is upstairs, so we're underway. Duffy with a couple of runs batted in, 1 extra base hit, a double. That's a strike. It's 1-1. For the Rays offense, production has been the issue. The only team scoring fewer runs per game than the Rays right now would be the Baltimore Orioles. Rays are averaging 2.5 runs a game, and Baltimore 2.3. And now Duffy goes after that one and is behind in the count, 1-2.
Well, they've run into a buzzsaw. I mean, when you think about the starting pitching that they have faced here against the Red Sox back at Tropicana Field, and then up in New York, and the performances that they've been able to put forth, it's been very difficult. These guys have executed well, and that's put the Rays in a hole. I mean, even this at bat right here, Matt Duffy battling away, but David Price up above the zone, then a fastball in, a cutter in. That's something that he really went after the Rays with in his last start against them. And then as soon as you get a guy thinking in, all of a sudden you pop that fastball away. So he uses both sides of the plate very effectively.
Yeah, he was dominant with the cutter in that outing against the Rays. He was effective, used it often. 2-2 here on Duffy, who is 1 of 12 in his career against David Price.
And for David Price, not much use of the breaking ball. He's become a fastball, cutter, changeup, but he's got excellent command. And when he has the glove side fastball working, that's when he's at his very best.
Well, the count's going to go full. And at the start he made at Tropicana Field, he was about as good in terms of commanding his pitches as we've seen him in a long time. And look at the cutter usage along with that fastball. As you mentioned, the breaking ball, just a couple. 3-2 and a ground ball right side. Nunez bobbles it but recovers in time, and Duffy is out at first.
Let's take a look at the rest of that Red Sox defense, see how it's going to line up here this afternoon. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source, and in the outfield left to right, Ben and Tendley, Bradley Jr. and Betts, and across the infield third to first, Rafael Devers, Xander Bogaerts, Eduardo Nunez, and Hanley Ramirez. Christian Vasquez will be behind the plate.
Now Kevin Kiermaier, this has been a good spot for Kiermaier in this ballpark. He goes after the first pitch and pops it up, however, short right. Mookie Betts waits for this one to come down. 2 up and 2 down. So the bases will be empty. And Carlos Gomez. Gomez and Duffy had the day off yesterday in New York, back in the Rays lineup today. And Gomez still trying to figure out David Price. In his career, he is 0 for 17 with 7 strikeouts against him. So I guess a couple ways to look at that, and one of them is that he is due. But Price has been dominant in their head-to-head matchups. And starts him in, ball 1.
Well, and then when you get that many at-bats and it's that one-sided, it becomes a confidence issue. All of a sudden, David Price knows he's going to get Carlos Gomez out, and you wonder what Carlos Gomez is thinking when he's got to face it. And you know that's the tell right there, because that was a mistake fastball. That was supposed to be a fastball in. It was right down the middle, and Carlos Gomez missed it. So maybe it's one of those pitchers that he has trouble picking the ball up out of the hand, because that was a very hittable heater.
It's inside, he checked, and now it's 2-1. The Rays come in after that opening day victory over Boston, dropping the following 3 in that series and then 2 in New York. So they've dropped 5 in a row, matching last year's longest losing streak, which came near the end of July. 2-2. Rays lost 5 in a row last year, beginning the 19th of July.
Kevin Cash and the rest of this Rays team looking for some offense. The pitching has been fine, actually better than fine. It's just a lack of scoring runs make it real tough to win.
So Popper down the right side, chased by Ramirez and Betts, and it's going to fall out of the reach of both. Yeah, you look at the Boston series, a couple of ways to look at that. The Rays dropped 3 out of 4 and were outscored 10-9. If you hold this Boston club over a 4-game series to 10 runs, you figure you're going to at least get a split and probably should win the series. But the fact that the Rays could score only 9 runs and 6 of those came in 1 inning in the first game paints a completely different picture. The 2-2. Strike 3 call. Still looking for that first hit in the head-to-head matchup. Gomez out number 3. Bottom of the first coming, no score. They will have Mookie Betts to lead it off. We take a look at the starting lineups brought to you by your Southern Ford dealers. Betts followed by Benintendi and Ramirez. J.D. Martinez the DH. Xander Bogaerts will hit in the 5th spot. Devers 6th. Eduardo Nunez 7th. Jackie Bradley Jr. 8th. And Christian Vasquez, the pitcher, hits 9th.
Well, making his first major league start, it's going to be right-hander Yanni Chirinos. And look at the work that he did against the Red Sox in his major league debut. Threw 4 very, very good innings. Actually, it was the last 4 innings of that ball game, a game that the Rays would drop, but not because of the performance of Yanni Chirinos, and hopes to pick up where he left off here this afternoon.
Mookie Betts in the batter's box, so the first pitch is a strike call. Well, this technically was designated as a bullpen day, but the Rays, when you stop and think about getting just 3 1/3 from Snell yesterday in New York, 5 from Archer, and then the day before 4+ on Sunday from Jake Faria. That was on the heels of a bullpen day. The Rays would really like to get an efficient outing here from Chirinos and give them as much as he can.
Yeah, tomorrow the off day is going to help, but you're right, Chirinos, and after seeing that line, you know, they weren't afraid to let him go those 4 innings. And if he's as efficient as he was his last time out, he may sneak past that. And he'll give you that ability because, listen, this guy was a starting pitcher all the way up until right now. Now, obviously, working out of the bullpen, it's a little bit different. But he's no stranger to starting these games off and can pitch a little bit deeper than.
Check swing and a humpback soft liner caught by Chirinos.
Boy, effective of pitching in right there, following the David Price model, get that quick out. Let's take a look at the rest of the Rays defense, brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. And in the outfield, left to right, we've got Rob Refsnyder, Kevin Kiermaier, and Carlos Gomez. And across that infield, third to first, Matt Duffy, Adeiny Echeverria, Daniel Robertson, Brad Miller, Wilson Ramos will be behind the plate.
There's Andrew Benintendi. Shooting 156, 3 for 19 to begin the year. And that's a strike call on a good fastball. Right into left, that's going to fall for a base hit. 1 hop in front of Refsnyder. So Benintendi is aboard. One on, one out for Hanley Ramirez. Ramirez at first base today. Skied out of play the other way. You know, this Boston club, after the Rays won the opening game of the season against them, the Red Sox have won their last 5, and they have got great pitching. Their starting pitching in with a 1.03 earned run average in the first half dozen games of this season. Close right there. 1-1. Interesting to see Chirinos, the rookie right-hander, make this start in the Red Sox home opener. One of the things the Rays like about him, beyond the fact that he's got a great arm and he'll be in the mid-90s with his fastball, 94, sometimes 95, and can sink the ball as well. But they like his makeup. The word coming out of the minor leagues in the Rays system is that he's not a guy who finds himself overwhelmed. He doesn't scare easily. He likes to be in that situation in the middle of the mound, likes the competition.
Well, that says everything. You know, when you get a guy that has good stuff and stuff that can compete at this level, and then you get that kind of desire and that kind of work ethic, and the fact that you do want the ball, you know, in big situations, that is priceless, because that's not true of everybody that has good stuff. and can pitch at the big league level. They'd rather not maybe be in some big spots, and this guy, that's special.
Nice pitch right there to pull even in the count. 2-2 with Ramirez.
How about this sinking action on that fastball down and in? Cannot even pull the trigger because it was so late and still caught the zone.
Yeah, they talk about that late movement, a heavy sink to a lot of his pitches.
With good velocity.
And a cut and a miss. He strikes out Ramirez, ball popping away. Runner's going to try to advance and to throw down. They're going to get him. He is out at second base on the strikeout. Benintendi tried to catch the Rays by surprise when that ball popped away from Ramos. But a quick recovery and the throw down cuts down Benintendi to retire the Red Sox. No runs, a hit. Nobody left on base. And we'll take a look. It's the recovery by Ramos, and Robertson right there to put the tag on him. On to the second inning, no score. Crone will lead off here on this cold day in Boston. Crone opening the second inning and takes a strike. Ramos will follow, and then Miller. Rays facing David Price. Two.
We wondered if David Price coming in would deviate at all from the game plan, you know, from the first time he faced these guys, just in his last start. And early returns say he is not doing anything differently, just continues to challenge this lineup. Fastballs and cutters in.
You know, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you're a pitcher, hitters will let you know soon enough if you need to change. And Crone leading off here in the second inning.
Yeah, you've got to be good with that pitch in this ballpark.
Yep.
Because pitching in, there's some danger. And if guys start to cheat or you leave one out over the plate, like the fastball that he threw to Gomez, those are the ones that leave here over the monster. So you've got to be precise when you go in. And for the most part, David Price is very good in there.
Well, I thought the game he pitched against the Rays at Tropicana Field was as good as we've seen him in a long time.
Yeah.
You just couldn't get much better with his command. I mean, he was spot on in that game.
7 shutout innings on 76 pitches with 5 strikeouts. I mean, that's less than 11 pitches an inning. That is absolutely incredible. There was no waste. I mean, it was get ahead and then put you away. There wasn't a lot of deep counts. and there wasn't a lot of wasted pitches, and he was as good as we've seen him, and he's actually put up some good games against the Rays. His last 4 starts against this team, you know, he's 3-0 with a .62, but that last one was the best.
So Crone behind in the count. Fouls another one away. Crone had one of the 4 hits allowed by Price in the game in that Friday performance at the Trop. Checks 2-2.
C.J. Crone, one of those guys that when you start to think about the power in this Rays lineup, he's a guy that comes to mind based on, first of all, just his size. He's a big guy, imposing at the plate. Let me see, the Rays were excited about bringing him over and getting him in the fold because of that home run potential. Think he's capable of hitting a lot more than he has.
Well, he's out on strikes. It was an 8-pitch at bat, and that's as deep as the Rays have gone in a single at bat in terms of the number of pitches. Here's the breakout. See the last 4 starts he's made. The first 5, the Rays treated him rather rudely with a .652 earned run average. But you can tell by all those numbers on that right-hand column, that's command.
Yeah, he has figured things out, extremely efficient. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say, just dominant numbers, and that's exactly what we saw last week.
Well, he made no more than 5 pitches to any one hitter in that game against the Rays on Friday, with the exception of Matt Duffy, who had a 6-pitch at bat. I mean, that shows you right there how on he was.
There was that one start when he was a member of the Rays. Remember when he came off the disabled list and ended up going like 7 shutout innings on 70 pitches?
Yeah, I think that was that against Houston?
Yes, I think it was.
Yep.
It was a game similar to that where you knew you didn't have a lot of pitches to work with, so don't waste any.
Into center field, Bradley Jr. shading his eyes there, makes the catch on the fly ball off the bat of Ramos. 2 up and 2 down.
Yeah, David Price, kind of a nod there to Wilson Ramos and his power, staying away from him and saying, listen, if you want to beat me, you're going to beat me to the big part of the ballpark.
You know, you hear that a lot, but it's one thing to then make that the case. And it goes again, we've already talked about command a lot, but you've got to be able to command the baseball to issue that challenge and then retire hitters to the big part of the ballpark.
And you know, we don't see command like we used to see. It's not the same. You know, this game, I would say from a pitching standpoint, the stuff in the game today is better than it's ever been. When you talk about pure velocity, the snap on the breaking balls, very good changeups, but the pitchability and the command is not where it once was, because these guys have just been able to overpower people. So, you know, seeing a guy move the ball around the zone and command it, it's rare.
Hot shot, base hit into right for Miller. He'll make the turn. Quick pickup by Betts, and Miller heads back to first. So Brad is aboard, getting a base hit through the right side.
And maybe rare's is a poor choice of words. I shouldn't say rare, but you just don't see it like you used to.
Well, there's no question that the emphasis now is on velocity more than command. And in days gone by, I think you really kind of felt it was maybe 50-50.
Yeah.
You know, command was important. The guy didn't have to be overpowering. In fact, if he wasn't, command was even more important.
He better have it.
Yeah, but it's also important if you throw hard.
Yeah.
And I think there's such an emphasis on throwing hard now.
There is. There's no question about it. When you get guys that have the elite stuff and they can command it and have some pitchability, well,
yeah.
I mean, that is the combination that everybody's looking for that you very rarely see. And David Price, you know, his stuff may not be at that elite level anymore, but his command and pitchability is.
Echeverria takes the second pitch in there, a fastball for a strike. It's 1-1. 2-out single by Brad Miller. So the Rays collect their first hit. Echeverria jammed a little bit, and a popper into short right, and here comes the Gold Glover. Betts making the catch. Well, Echeverria tried to drop it in there. Betts denied him, and the Rays are out in the top of the second inning with that fine running catch coming in and veering to his left. Rays leave a man, no score through an inning and a half.
Mound, the rookie making his first career start in the bottom of the second, scoreless. Well, here are three things you may not know about Yonny Trinos. Number one, his favorite player growing up was Mariano Rivera. Number two, he grew up playing a game similar to baseball, using bottle caps as balls and broomsticks as bats. And number three, his favorite meal is a Venezuelan dish called an arepa. It's a cornmeal with cheese, rice, or meat, guys.
Well, thank you very much. We go to the bottom of the second inning. J.D. Martinez lifts a fly ball into center field. And now Kiermaier came in. It goes back, and that ball is off his glove. Martinez already around second, headed to third. They're going to stop him right there. Well, for a moment, it appeared that could be another version of a hitter-runner circling the bases the way Nunez did at Tropicana Field.
Well, this ball hit high into the air, looks to be very routine, but as you noted, Dwayne, in the open, 26-mile-an-hour winds and gusts going higher than that, and that's obviously what happened right here. Kevin Kiermaier, a very accomplished, maybe the best center fielder in the game, and he gets up there, he's looking up into the sun, and then you've got the wind on top of that, and it just took the ball away from him. Costly.
Well, a tough break right there. Martinez winds up at third.
Boy, you look at the flags right up above us, Dwayne, blowing at a frenetic pace out to center field. So that's exactly what's going on.
So here's Bogarts bouncing it foul. There you go.
Yep, there you go.
An idea of the strength of the wind here.
Yeah, so anything that gets up above Fenway Park, above the top level, is going to be an adventure.
That'll be a wind-aided triple for J.D. Martinez. And a major challenge for Chirinos now, who thought he might have the first out of the inning. Bogart's bat explodes. Chirinos will run down that little ground ball and flip it to first for the out. Martinez came down the line a little bit and was a little indecisive.
You know what? That's exactly right, Dwayne. I mean, you had an opportunity there. That ball was hit so softly into no man's land that if he gets a better read and a quicker read, he could have scored rather easily, because Chirinos had to run this ball down. This ball gets way in, jams him. There goes the bat, there goes the ball, but he's got to chase the ball down there and then make sure that his first baseman is covering first. So there would have been no play at home plate, but JD Martinez not trusted himself there with nobody out, plays it cautiously, and that works out for the Rays.
So that's the first out. Here's Rafael Devers. Right side of the infield overloaded and up. Pitch in the dirt, blocked by Ramos.
Making no bones about where they want Devers to hit this ball. I mean, Adeiny Echeverria is on the second base side. He's right here. And then, of course, you've got Robertson, Miller, picket fence.
Down and in. Two balls, no strikes. Little tapper down to first. Right to Miller. Holding at third is Martinez. So on the broken bat ground ball by Bogarts, Martinez did not score. And now on the ground ball, Devers down to Miller. Martinez finds himself still at second base, or still at third base with two outs, and Eduardo Nunez stepping in.
Well, so far so good, and that shows you a little bit about, you know, some of that competitive nature in Yonny Chirinos. You know, he gets a fly ball to start the inning with off JD Martinez and figures, okay, one out, nobody on. All of a sudden, wind, you know, takes a toll. You got a runner at third, nobody out. Does not get flustered at all and has made big pitches since.
Pitch is down, a ball, no strikes. Well, the way things have been going for the Rays, this would certainly be a big lift if they could strand Martinez over at third after the leadoff triple.
Yeah, this team needs something good to happen early in a ball game and get them engaged. You know that they're ready to play today. There's no question about that, especially opening day here in Boston. But some good results, something fortunate, would help.
And there's a chopper out to short. Echeverria's throw, and a great job by Chirinos and the Rays to strand Martinez at third after the leadoff triple. No score through two. David Price against the Rays' young right-hander Yonny Chirinos. Robertson, 1 of 6 here in the early going. Down in the count, 1 strike. Rays had him out in front on the first pitch. Now ahead of him in the count 0-2.
How about the precision of the first 2 pitches of this at bat? You start off the 8-hole hitter with the first pitch changeup, and by the way, he did that to him last week at Tropicana Field. Then you follow that up with a perfect cutter that starts on the inner third and actually cuts off the plate and get a swing.
There's a shot toward left center field. That ball's going to bound all the way to the wall. Robertson is on his way to second. Stand-up double there for Daniel Robertson, down 0-2 in the count.
Boy, way to capitalize, because we just talked about how great the first 2 pitches were, and then, you know, this is one that you really want back if you're David Price, because he's trying to come in, leaves it middle. An 0-2 bad miss, but Daniel Robertson, more importantly, makes him pay for it. And that's what you have to do. When you get the rare mistake, you got to jump on it.
Robertson there trying to lead the charge to get the Rays on the board. There's Rob Refsnyder. One ball, no strikes. Refsnyder's had a difficult time against Price in prior at-bats. He's 0 for 8 with 6 strikeouts against him. At the very least, the Rays want to try to advance Robertson from second to third. 2-0.
Man, you've got Bogarts really hanging over the outside shoulder of Robertson out there, and with Rafael Devers where he's playing, there's a huge hole there on the left side, as you see out there at second base. Bogarts and Robertson. Think about one of those cutters in. If you can get the head out, find yourself a little 5-6 hole action.
And a miss away. It's 3-0. The strike, now 3-1. Count now. Price falling behind Refsnyder now. He'll run the count all the way to 3-2. Foul ball, just a little piece of that one off the mid of Vasquez.
Yeah, that's a nice job there by Refsnyder on a very tough pitch, a pitch that's close enough that you've got to commit to it, but that cutter ends up off the plate. Easy for him to swing and miss, so you buy yourself, you know, another pitch and you just continue to battle. It's something this lineup has to do against David Price.
Full count pitch again is high, and there's the walk. So the Rays get the 8 and 9 men on base to begin the third inning.
We talked about something good happening in the ball game early for this team. And you think about the triple that was turned into nothing by the Boston lineup, and all of a sudden you're at the bottom of your own. Double, walk, two very good at-bats, at least as far as Robertson taking advantage of a mistake and Refsnyder forcing Price out of the zone.
So Matt Duffy, who grounded to second his first time up here with a chance to do some damage. Pitch is a strike to him.
You know, and you still have Bogarts, you know, kind of out there jockeying with Daniel Robertson, still, you know, slightly shading up the middle, leaving that 5-6 hole open to a guy that we know likes to use that part of the field.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of base hits through the hole on the left side from Duffy.
That's why you take Rafael Devers and move him off the bag just a little bit to try to take some of that hole away, but still an inviting target.
Duffy down in the count. Oh, 2 count. Drops low. Well, the Rays coming into this game hitting 196 as a team, 261 with men on, and only 158 with the bases empty. And that's part of the problem of getting base runners to provide a threat. Well, they have 2 men on now on the double and the walk, and let's see if they can do something with this. They have not had a lot of offensive opportunities. Ground ball, second base, bobbled by Nunez, out at second. That's the only one they get. But the bobble avoided the double play. So Refsnyder forced. Duffy is aboard. Over to third goes Robertson.
Another fortunate break here for the Rays. This ball was hit sharply and kind of got up and in to Eduardo Nunez. You see that last hop comes up high to the belt, and he's not able to come up with it clean. Right up and over the glove. And now you got to track it down and hope to get the one out, which is what they did. But first and third now.
Well, Kevin Kiermaier will bat against David Price coming into the game. Kiermaier with 3 career hits off Price. He was 3 of 11. 2 of those hits, extra bases, a double and a home run. Open end there to Kiermaier, ball 1. You get an opportunity against Price the way he's been throwing the ball in the first couple games. Urgent to cash in on it.
Well, you know, the one thing that's working here for Kevin Kiermaier, past success against him, number 1. Number 2, you know he's going to be in the zone, around the zone. So you're going to get something to hit. And with your speed, going to be tough to double you up. So there's a great opportunity here to get this run home, at least this 1 run home, and take a lead.
Needs some kind of contact. 2-1 now. Little pop up right here, and that's handled by Bogarts. Devers right there, and so the Rays get contact, but the wrong kind on the infield pop.
David Price, we said it in the open, owned the inside part of the plate against the Rays in his last start. He's continued to pitch there, and this is why you do that. You know, the guy wants to get his arms extended. He wants to get the barrel to the baseball. So he moves the ball around the zone and then comes in with a beautiful fastball that absolutely jams Kevin Kiermaier. And leads to the weak contact. That's just a tremendous pitch in a hitter's count.
Well, here's Gomez, and we've chronicled his issues with David Price. He's had a very tough time against him throughout his career. Has never had a hit off him. He pops it up on the first pitch. Ramirez waits for it, makes the catch. Both clubs here in the last half innings with scoring opportunities, and they fail to get the runs home. Opportunities for both these teams, and Chirinos got out of a big spot in the bottom of the second.
Boy, an inauspicious start with that triple there by J.D. Martinez on a windblown fly ball. But then how about that? Eat up Bogarts on a ball in. That was the play that J.D. Martinez had the right idea initially. It should have gone, because then after that, a ground ball to Brad Miller, and then Nunez is going to ground it out there to Echeverria, and he was able to get out of the inning. Way to stay focused on the task at hand and keep J.D. Martinez at third base. Great job by Chirinos.
Yeah, Martinez had the right instinct, but his mind overruled them, and as a result, he didn't score. So here's Bradley Jr. taking ball one. Jackie Bradley Jr. 2 for 17 to start the year. Vasquez next, and then Betts. Cut and a miss. 1-1.
Hold the string a little bit there. That not exactly where you'd like the changeup to be. However, the change of speed got Bradley Jr. way out in front. Good 10, 11 miles off the fastball.
Chop right side. Rays had the right side overloaded as Robertson made that play. And Chirinos with all these ground balls, and they had Echeverria in short right field with the overloaded right side, but Bradley's out 4-3. Whether you're having a day out with the office or fun with friends, group tickets, the best way for your team to cheer on the Rays. Host your next company outing at Tropicana Field in an exclusive field level party area, or entertain clients in an executive suite. Visit RaysBaseball.com/groups today. Rays up. One away. Christian Vasquez, the Boston catcher, at the plate. That's a strike. Vasquez off to a pretty good start at the plate this year, hitting .278. He's shown signs not only of being very good behind the plate. The Red Sox always touted his catching ability. At the outset, a little concerned about the offense, but recently the offense has been impressive as well.
Well, he's a guy that hit .290 a year ago, and he had over a 40% stolen base success rate from behind the plate. Now I guess that's why you end up getting a contract extension as the season is unfolding.
Yep. An 0-2 count. And on his fist, and it's fouled away. Count still 2 strikes. So far with a low pitch count for Chirinos through the first couple of innings. This is exactly what the Rays pitching staff needed coming out of New York.
Efficiency. There's 25 pitches right now and a chance to get that second out on this next pitch.
Ball, 2 strikes.
And you know what you like about Chirinos too, about the efficiency, is the fact that he is a good sinker ball guy. So you can get a lot of early in the count outs. Throw him a nice sinker with that late movement on it, get him to pound the ball into the ground, take advantage of your much improved defense.
That's out of play, foul ball. Talking about Vasquez behind the plate and his ability to shut down the opposing running game. He'd had some injury situations, but when he first came up in 2014, that catcher caught stealing rate of his was almost 52%, and that's better than Ivan Rodriguez and Yadier Molina when they broke in, and they were extremely impressive in that department. Close pitch right there, and the count is 2-2.
And Dwayne, that all goes back, and it starts with the pop rate. We're going to hear about that this year, the pop rate. I mean, that ball in, out of the glove, and on its way down to second. How quickly can you get it there? It becomes a math problem, really. I mean, the runner gets its lead. What is his time to second base? The pitcher's time to home plate, and how quick can you get the ball down to second accurately? And really, that's what it all comes down to.
That's a foul ball. That's why math is important when you're in grade school and high school. It does have practical applications, trying to steal a base or throw out a base runner.
That's how I learned math, by playing baseball.
Sure, me too.
Batting average, I'm 3 for 11. Well, how do you figure that out? Well, you know what? You learn pretty quick. And so you're right. I mean, baseball and numbers, and it's the only subject I was any good at.
A 2-2 count here on Vasquez. And he is out on strikes. That's a foul tip into the mitt of Ramos.
And we're all trying to figure out what that pitch was, especially Christian Vasquez. You talk about bottom dropping out, 84 miles an hour. You see those fingers split, and that's just gone.
Yep.
My goodness. That ball was in the zone forever, and then just seemingly pulled right off the end of the table.
Well, we've watched Chirinos in his other outing, and then first time through the lineup today. He's pretty impressive there. A little split action on that change. 1 ball, no strikes.
That was sudden. A lot of times you see that fade, and obviously that's very effective too, but that was sudden drop.
Line drive, and it's just off the mitt of Echeverria, trying to time his leap. Got a glove on it, but could not hold it. And Betts, who hits the ball hard, squared that one up and hit it hard. Echeverria could not hang on. And a 2-out single for Betts, the result.
Boy, that echoed throughout the ballpark here. That ball was well struck. Didn't give Echeverria a whole lot of time to react. Does his best, but just off the tip of that glove.
Andrew Benintendi.
We believe that's Echeverry.
Yes, as best we could tell. Foul ball, strike one. What do we say, 30 degrees with the wind chill factored in here?
That's right. And so, you know, where the starting pitchers are loose and they're moving, position players, it's a little bit more of a challenge. So you will see, you know, the sleeves, Matt Duffy right now, the throwing hand in the back pocket to try to keep that warm until it's time for his setup, and going to come out and take a look at Ramos.
Well, they're going to make sure he's okay.
And those things are going to hurt a whole lot more on a day like today because of that cold.
Yeah, it's either one or the other. You're so numb that you can't feel it, or if you do have feeling, then it doesn't feel good at all.
I think that's probably what scared Ramos. He's already numb, and if you're numb and you feel something, it must be really bad.
Yeah, exactly. It's the quick thaw. A 1-strike count. Ground ball down to first, comes up on Miller, but he's got a lot of time and makes the play. No runs, a 2-out single by Betts. He's left on. We go to the 4th. No score. W.B. Mason, who but W.B. Mason, the official office supply company of the Tampa Bay Rays. And by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Here we go on to the 4th inning at Fenway. C.J. Cron in the batter's box leading off against David Price. First pitch is high. Cron struck out his first time.
Got a little pitcher's duel going on here, Dwayne.
Yes, we do.
These guys doing a good job of pitching out of the trouble, the little bit that they've been in.
Fly ball skied to center. Bradley Jr. shading his eyes, looking up toward the sun, and that was not an easy play as it turned out.
Not at all, and I'm going to tell you something. That's disconcerting for a pitcher. You know, you throw a changeup, you get the ball off the end of the bat, and immediately your brain tells you, okay, that's a soft fly ball to center field, out number 1. And then you see your center fielder doing this, and you're like, uh-oh. Boy,
he's got the glasses, the bill of the cap, and the glove, all trying to keep track of that fly ball. Had it all the way. Now.
Yeah, I was going to say, you didn't sell it very well, if you did.
Wilson Ramos sending one foul. It's just short of the upper deck, down the right side, strike one. Well, it has been and will continue to be a cold opening road trip for the Rays, with a stop in New York and the bad weather there. Cold here in Boston, supposed to be cold, and not only snow in Boston, but a chance of snow in Chicago when the Rays go over there to play the White Sox.
I'm gonna have to find a hat. I brought the gloves. I've got the scarves. Do not have the hat. And you know, no hair to help either.
1 to count.
So.
Well, a day off tomorrow.
So
there's a good chance.
Amen.
Yep. We'll look for that.
Get one of those little hoodies that the fellas wear.
Yeah. Yeah, then we wouldn't recognize you in here. Fly ball center field, and Bradley Jr. makes this one 2 gone. That a little bit off to the side. 2 up, 2 down. Our Toyota key stat coming into this series against the Red Sox. And it focuses on how good their starters have been. Look at this. American League's lowest ERA by starters first weekend of a season, and the Red Sox come in at 1.03. How about the 69 Orioles at 0.58?
Yeah, tell me, you got Jim Palmer.
Absolutely.
Part of that.
He'll remember that and know the ERAs of every starter in the rotation then.
He will recall his teammates' games.
Yes.
Better than they would. That's what's scary about him.
Yep.
I mean, I can remember some moments from my career. He can remember every pitch from his first start in '69.
Yeah, and where everybody else in the dugout might have been.
And that's not, we're not making that up. It's really, he's
That's
a savant
absolutely
when
the
it
truth.
comes to that.
Yep. 1-1. One of the reasons we enjoy going to Baltimore so much.
He's the best.
Yeah.
He comes in. I love when he comes in and he'll ask you a question and you get a word or two and then he answers it for you. It's tremendous. And you don't stop talking. That's one of the better things.
Fly ball back into center. Bradley Jr. all the way back a couple steps from the wall to gather this one in. 3 fly balls to center field in the 4th. Through 3.5. No score. Because your stadium should be where you make it. Bottom of the 4th coming. The Rays and the Red Sox opening their 3-game series, and no score in this game. Hanley Ramirez will open the bottom of the 4th for Boston, then J.D. Martinez and Xander Bogaerts. Ramirez struck out swinging his first time. Chirinos 35 pitches through 3 innings. Ramirez on the ground to third. Scooped by Duffy in the throw. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 4th.
And that's what we're talking about with that sinker. You can get those early in the count outs. That was a great one there. That ball had late diving action right in on the hands of Ramirez. Take all the sting out of that baseball. This thing take off, run right in, and then a nice job by Matt Duffy to get around that ground ball and make a nice throw.
J.D. Martinez. And an opening fastball in there for a strike.
You know, the last thing that these guys out in the field want is for you to be all over the place on a day like today. Get those early in the count outs, you know, contact. Keep them active, engaged, warm.
And quickly ahead of Martinez. Now the Rays certainly respect Martinez's ability to hit the ball the other way in the outfield. Gomez shading toward the line in right, and Kiermaier in right center almost. While the infield with a shift on, everybody on the left side except for Miller at first. Left side on the ground, other way in the air.
That's scouting. That is scouting, baby.
Two. Ground ball outside of third. Chirinos gave up the hit to Benintendi in the first. A single, leadoff triple to Martinez in the 2nd inning, and the infield hit by Betts in the 3rd. Deflected by Echeverria. The ball wound up in the outfield. Now a 1-2 count to Martinez. Rays and the Red Sox with a day off tomorrow, a Friday off in Boston. Picking up play Saturday afternoon. Did he go? He did. He's out on strike, says Alan Porter. Checked out at first, and he went around.
Boy, here's another one of those changeups. It's going to dart below the zone, and you see right there, J.D. Martinez did go a little bit too far, committed towards that pitch. And really, it's tough to blame him when you see the way that that violently drops at the end. That'll catch you by surprise.
Xander Bogaerts has a new bat this time. Broke his bat and was thrown out Chirinos to Miller in the 2nd inning. Outside, 1-0.
Let's take a quick little scouting report here. A look at Xander Bogaerts. Go inside the numbers, extra, extra. How about all the extra base hits in that opening series against the Rays? He had 6 in the first 3 games, a home run, a bunch of doubles. An issue for him a year ago. And boy, he came out of the gate smoking hot.
And now a strike. It's 1-1.
And how about the fact that, you know, only 25 years old? Hard to believe he broke in 2013, played 18 games in 2013. This is his 6th season, 25 years old. Already a veteran at such a young age.
1-2. Speaking of extra base hits, he has more this year. And look at all this. Smoke and Gregorius leading the American League with 7, and then Bogaerts. Zach Cozart's gone over to the Angels to play 3rd. Won a game with a walk-off, and he has 6 extra base hits. That takes care of Bogarts, and 1, 2, 3 go the Red Sox against Yanni Chirinos. On to the 5th inning, no score. Brought to you by your Southern Chevy dealers. By Kubota. To find a Kubota dealer near you, go to gokubota.com. And by your local Ford dealers. Here we go on to the 5th inning. It's a great pitching matchup. Price and Chirinos. Danny Echeverria leading off on the ground, out to second. Yes, up with it. Echeverria is out number 1.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but do you dare start to think about Yanni Chirinos maybe graduating from bullpen days?
I would. There's no question about that.
I mean, with what he's been able to feature and what we've seen in his first 2 outings, the sinker's been very good. A nice little slider off of that. That changeup, that split changeup action has been filthy. And you think about those 3 pitches and the fact that, you know, he can be economical with them. Look at that, 4 innings, 46 pitches, 4 punch outs.
Yep.
Yeah, you almost think to yourself, does he graduate and become a starting pitcher as opposed to a beginner?
Yes, yes, because he began this game, did not start this game. And, you know, here's a guy, he was a minor league pitcher of the year for the Rays almost all the season at Durham AAA last year. And he has been impressive here at Fenway. And really, when the Rays need that.
Yeah, what a lift. Tough venue, tough lineup. It's opening day here, home opener. You know, you see you've got a lot of buzz in the crowd, and your first major league start, and so far it's been beautiful.
2-1 now to Daniel Robertson, who doubled in the 3rd. Robertson 2 for 7 on the year with 4 walks. His on base percentage over 500 now with that base hit. 3 balls and a strike.
David Price pitching him tough, staying with those changeups. Right down at the bottom of the order again. And where the Rays were able to get something going before.
And ball 4. He's on base again. Second walk given up by Price. Rob Refsnyder will be the hitter. 1 on, 1 out. 5 hits in this game. Boston with 3. The Rays have 2. The Rays have drawn a couple of walks. Snyder takes the fastball upstairs, 1-0. The Rays. Robertson aboard at first. It's up and away. 2-0. Three balls, no strikes. And another walk. So back-to-back walks, and this one to the number 9 hitter for the second time. And a little conference on the mound by the Red Sox with walks to the 8 and 9 hitters. Get back around to Duffy.
Well, you very rarely see that. You know, David Price, we've been talking about his command, how good it has been throughout his career, really. But boy, to come out today, his 3rd walk, and you know, those 3 walks have come in the 8 and 9 hole, and you get back-to-back here. Again, another golden opportunity that's been handed to you.
Now Matt Duffy. Duffy 0 for 2's hit the ball on the ground twice. Taps it down to third, foul. Strike 1. A 1-strike count to Duffy. All right, slowing the pace a bit after the 2 walks to Robertson and Ref Snyder. Duffy fouls it back. Scoreless ball game in the 5th. Rays have left 3. 2 men on right now. Oh, strike 3 call. Got a call out there near the corner. And Duffy is out number 2.
Yeah, and it looked like it may have been just off the plate, but he made Matt Duffy aware of that cutter in. Worked him out, in, then back out with that backdoor cutter, and he does get the call, and that's a huge strikeout there for David Price. Matt Duffy not even a chance to put this ball into play to move the runners or drive him in. Because of that pitch and that call.
And you might give Vasquez a little credit for the presentation as well out there. Stuck with that pitch. Now Kiermaier.
Well, that's something that you see more and more of. You know, the pitch framing. Obviously, there's such an emphasis that's been put on that. But watching guys work at it and have coaches throw them pitches into different areas of the strike zone, and just the way that they subtly kind of move that make the catch, move it, present it well. Makes a difference.
Kiermaier takes it low. 1-1. Rays had a couple men on in the third. Price got Kiermaier and Gomez to get out of that. 2 outs now with 2 men on. 1-1 to count to Kiermaier, and a chop towards short. Picked up by Bogarts. Throw to first is in time to retire the side. Rays leave 2 for the second time in this game through 4.5. No score.
Let's take a look at some of the work that's been done here this afternoon by Yonny Chirinos. Very economical, 46 pitches through the first 4 innings, and it has been a lot of this. Balls moving down towards the ground, whether it's the slider, the sinker, that's one right there eating up Hanley Ramirez, or his changeup. But he has been very effective with all 3 pitches. He's getting early contact, and his infielders are picking him up.
Rafael Devers will lead off here in the bottom of the 5th for Boston. He's after the first pitch. Pops it into shallow center. Kiermaier is there for this one and puts it away. To get Devers, who can be very dangerous, a good young hitter, to get him on the first pitch. 1 gone, and here is Eduardo Nunez. Nunez out short to first, his first time. First pitch strike. Action now beginning in the Rays bullpen. Kittredge, the right-hander, gets up. Ground ball over the mound toward the middle. Robertson pick up, and the throw grabbed and dug out by Miller. 2 up, 2 down. So that was 3 pitches, 2 outs.
How great is that? Again, he just continues to be efficient. Again, using the ground ball and getting some nice help there from Daniel Robertson. And a ball that wasn't hit that hard, but yet Robertson had to cover some ground to get there and make a quick throw. Well, these guys are engaged. You know, again, you go through, he's got, what, 49 pitches through 4 2/3 innings. And so they are ready on the balls of their feet to make plays.
Jackie Bradley Jr. takes it upstairs. 0-1. Ball, 2 strikes.
I mean, that thing is filthy. That is absolutely filthy. It's there, and then it's not. How about that for analysis?
Very accurate. Succinct.
Not having a good day.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Every day's a good day.
It felt like it. I
Yeah.
popped out of bed this morning because, once again, way out here on the East Coast, I did not shut the blinds to the room. So the sun in Boston shining in your face at about 5:30.
Yep.
But it was beautiful. Didn't realize how cold it was going to be, but was excited to get here. And then just, much like these two offenses, have done nothing.
Little tap right side. That'll be picked up by Robertson. And a 1, 2, 3 innings. 7 in a row now retired by Chirinos. Through 5, no score.
On MLB opening day, opened up Tropicana Field, and then just came from the Yankee series where they opened up Yankee Stadium playing them, and of course here today at Fenway Park opening up this ballpark against the Red Sox. And talking with a couple of the players, none of them said that being the away team in a home opener is a challenge. They actually said the opposite. Malik Smith said he likes the rowdiness because it gives him motivation to quiet them down, and Brad Miller said he loves playing here at Fenway and said when you're standing in the on-deck circle here, there's nothing else like it. The fans will absolutely crush you, but like I said, these guys that feed off of it. Dwayne?
Yeah, I think they do, and it's fun. If you take it the right way, you can have fun with a crowd like that, and Brad Miller obviously does. As we go to the Rays half of the 6th inning, facing David Price. 1-0 the count to Carlos Gomez.
Yeah, the fans, they love that back and forth. They like when you engage them a little bit,
Yeah.
give it to you a little bit harder. And
Fly ball, center field. Bradley Jr. has to back up at the last moment and make the catch. So Gomez still looking for his first career hit against Price. Now 0 for 20 against him. Boy, that's frustrating.
boy, it is. It is. And you're saying to yourself, just one fall in for me, and now we'll hit reset and go from there. But thus far, that's not happened.
C.J. Cron 0 for 2. He has struck out and skied to center. And a one-hopper just off the glove of the shortstop Bogarts and into center, and C.J. Cron is aboard.
And a nice hard hit ball there by C.J. Cron, able to get it by Bogarts. You're going to have to hit it hard. But another situation where you want to see the Rays, try to put together something here soon, because you'll notice the next time we go to that camera from out in center field, as you see like maybe a changeup right there, and Crone stayed right on it. It's going to be another inning or two, and the shadows are going to come into play. You can see him creeping out now in front of home plate and starting to head towards the mound. And so it won't be too long before that will start to affect decision making.
Just something else for a hitter to contend with. First pitch upstairs to Wilson Ramos.
You still have some time now. They're far enough. It's far enough back to where you're making your decision to swing when that ball is still right out in the bright sunlight.
Foul the other way, 1-1. Both bullpens have some activity now. Chaz Rowe is up in the bullpen. Earlier, Kittredge had been up. Foul out of play, and it's 1-2. Price and Chirinos, the pitching matchup to open this series, the home opener for Boston. And we have no score, playing in the top of the 6th. Temperature 41 degrees at game time, 30 the wind chill factor. Under clear skies, beautiful sky, beautiful day, but cold. Upstairs. 2-2. Carson Smith has been up for a bit in the Red Sox bullpen. Down to third. Devers Nunez 1 and over to first. That's a 5-4-3 double play off the bat of Ramos. Bottom of inning 6 coming up. No score. Well, thank you, fellas. We do indeed. Yonny Chirinos and David Price, the starting pitchers. Chirinos will depart this game after working that 5-inning stint and a very good one. Gives way to Chaz Rowe. Rowe will face Christian Vasquez.
Already on for the fourth time, and he's going to have be a tough act to follow because Yonny Chirinos was outstanding here this afternoon.
Which is down 5 innings of shutout 3-hit baseball for Chirinos. So he's made 2 appearances this year, both against the Red Sox. 9 innings of shutout baseball. 4 hits, 7 strikeouts, 110 pitches in the combined 9 innings.
And I really don't think that Kevin Cash would have envisioned an outing like this. I mean, he gave Kevin Cash and this Rays ball club as good of an outing as he possibly could.
He did indeed. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for them. Looking at 2 bullpen days in this series.
And, you know, forget the pitch count. It's the ups and downs, you know, with Yonny Chirinos. And through spring training, he's not throwing 6 innings, you know, coming out of spring. And so to get him up and down 5 times and to be as effective as he was, wow.
Fly ball center field. Kiermaier back and had a little trouble with that one. Combination of the wind and the sun, but he takes care of it. 1 away. This is a good look at Chirinos, our Toyota inside look.
Yonny Chirinos has just put up a tremendous line. You see, you combine it. How about 9 innings, 4 hits, no runs, just the 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. And in this outing, even better than the last outing, that changeup with that finish on it. We just saw that last pitch that he threw. He had all 3 pitches working here this afternoon, but against a tough lineup, he has come out of the gates and really hamstrung them.
The first pitch strike to Mookie Betts. It's always hard to figure out. It's a cold day, no question about that. But with the stuff that Chirinos had, it's not easy, I would think, BA, for a pitcher to go out on a cold day, manipulating the baseball the way Chirinos does with the stuff he has. I think it's a tough day to pitch when it's cold. You know what?
It is. It's not fun. For a pitcher, I preferred it. I mean, you never like to play in this weather, but you told yourself, listen, the hitters, they don't want to hit. They don't want to get that sinker running in and get jammed. And so as a pitcher, you get loose, you're warm, you're constantly moving.
Shot down toward the corner, and it's going to be a foul ball. Snyder going after it, not doing the umpiring himself. He was going to, rightly so, leave that to Angel Hernandez. And so he was going to play the ball out of that corner. And you see not a lot of foul territory there. And so you don't want to umpire. Let the umpire make that call. You just go ahead and play the ball out. He did. Angel Hernandez right on top of that call.
You know, going back, Dwayne, and just finishing up talking about pitching on a day like today, the toughest thing for a pitcher is to maintain the grip on the baseball, because there's that tendency, cold baseball, you know, it can get slick. And so that's why a lot of times on a day like that, well, not a lot of times, all the time on days like this, it'll allow you to go to your mouth with your hand on the mound, you know, just to get a little bit of moisture to be able to grip that baseball. That's the one thing that can be difficult.
Foul straight back. Have a play, and the count is still 2-2. Ground ball, third base. Into Duffy's glove, and a low throw, and it's picked by Miller. Well, nice save by Miller on the receiving end, because Duffy, who already has been charged with a couple errors, throwing at times has been an issue, and this one thrown into the dirt. Miller saved it.
Boy, you know, off the top of my head, this is the 3rd save for Brad Miller the first week of the season on low throws from infielders, and this one just kind of flattens out, and Brad Miller, everything that he could do to sweep that glove and come up with it, and he did.
Andrew Benintendi with a single and a ground ball to first. Now the hitter for Boston. Down to second base. Robertson has it. And there's a 1-2-3 inning for Rowe. On to inning 7 from Fenway. No score. Hill for the Red Sox, and he has been very good again today. Couple of spots, but he got out of those.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, he had, a couple of walks today, actually 3 walks to the bottom of the order. But when the Rays have been able to put some guys out on base, he's gotten a big double play here and just continued to make pitches when he needed to. Not as clean and efficient as the first start against the Rays, but guess what? He's kept them off the board, and you see in his 6 innings, 3 hits, 3 walks, but nothing to cross home plate.
Yeah, it'd be difficult to be more efficient than he was at Tropicana Field in the first start he made against the Rays. And so here we go to the 7th with Brad Miller in the box. Lifts it into left. Benintendi had a little trouble finding it, stayed with it, and makes the catch. So Brad is 1 for 3. And that's going to bring up Adeiny Echeverria.
Yes.
Join the Rays on Sunday, April 15th, as they celebrate the life of Jackie Robinson. Rays host the Phillies and have special pregame events honoring Jackie Robinson's legacy. They also have a special ticket price. 2 press-level tickets for only $42 when you visit RaysBaseball.com/42. Rays up April 15th. That's Sunday. Adeiny Echeverria pitches a strike. Two. Echeverria continues to give the Rays solid and beyond that defensively. Came into the game hitting .273, and the offensive side of his game since becoming a Ray has been encouraging. As well as the defensive side, coming into this game an errorless streak of 57 games. And he is out on strikes. So 2 up, 2 down. 4th strikeout recorded by David Price.
Well, establishing the inside part of the plate will open it up as the game moves along. And David Price, much like he did in his last start, all of a sudden that backdoor cutter comes into play. He gets you looking in, spreads you out away, and you end up waving at some pitches. Not only that, but you really don't want to make a mistake in here late in the game, of a tight game. So he'll be a little bit more judicious on the inner half.
Daniel Robertson with a double and a walk today. 1 strike right now. 1-1. Look at Bobby Pointer, the left-hander. Is he in the bullpen for Boston? Also had Carson Smith up. Now Robertson is down in the count, 1-2.
And that's a big pitch there. That changeup looked like it started off the plate, stayed off the plate, and instead of being 2-1, 1-2, that's that big swing count.
And a cut and a miss. He strikes him out. A 1-2-3 7th for Price. No score, mid-7th. There, we're going into the bottom of the 7th inning. No score at Fenway. The Red Sox home opener, and Sergio Romo comes on. Chaz Rowe worked 1 perfect inning in relief of Chirinos, and now it's the veteran Romo.
Well, Sergio Romo, he of about the 3 different styles of breaking ball, has come in to face the middle of this Boston lineup: Hanley Ramirez, JD Martinez, and Xander Bogaerts. 3 dangerous right-handed hitters, but when they're stacked up together like that, it allows you the opportunity to bring a guy with a good slider in and go to work.
Well, Hanley Ramirez has struck out and grounded out to 3rd today. Here's the lead off the bottom of the 7th. Romo's pitch is wide. Romo worked in the Tuesday game at Yankee Stadium. Picks up a strike call. Romo against Ramirez right now. Ramirez 5 of 16 with 3 career home runs against Romo. So he is the one guy in this lineup who has given Romo more trouble than anybody else. And when you look at those numbers, that's plenty. 3 of his 5 hits, home runs.
Yeah, that's what jumps off the page. You do have him in a good count here at 1 and 2. Got some options.
Whoa, takes a shot outside and misses. 2. Ramirez would not offer. Pretty close out there, but Romo will not get that call, and boy, he'd love to have that pitch.
Yeah, and I think that he thought that it was going to be called. The body language after he releases this slider, it seems to start to come downhill, and he asked Todd Tichenor, was that off? I mean, was that off? And got the affirmative.
That's strike 3 call. He comes back, works over that outside corner, and picks up the call, 3rd strike.
Boy, that's what pitching in a 1-2 count allows you to do. It allows you to take shots. And what it turns out to be is he's finally, on the 3rd time, he's right down the outside corner and able to get that call.
Well, you talk about precision. He didn't miss by much on the prior pitch.
Right.
And that one was exactly where he wanted to put it.
Could not have walked it to home plate and put it in a better spot.
This is J.D. Martinez. He lines it into left, and it's going to be caught by Refsnyder. And boy, that's one of those tough line drives hit right at you. You're trying to read it. You don't want to commit too soon, but he held his ground and made the grab.
And that got on him in a hurry. This is your Bonefish Grill catch of the game, and those can be difficult reads. A hard line drive off the bat of a power hitter like J.D. Martinez. Got to get a quick read on it and then make the play. And you could see him over and over again mouthing to Kevin Kiermaier, wow.
So 2 gone. Here's Bogarts. Wide. Xander Bogaerts suffered a broken bat back in the 2nd inning. And a comebacker, and then grounded, or then struck out on a changeup, both against Chirinos. Two outs, bases empty. 2-0 the count to the Red Sox shortstop. Three and 0. Five solid innings from Chirinos, a perfect 6th inning from Rowe. Romo's retired Ramirez and Martinez. And he walks Bogarts. Walk of the day allowed by Rays pitching. This one comes with 2 outs. And it will get Rafael Devers to the plate. And a swing and a miss, ball away from Ramos, and down to second base goes Bogarts. Well, now suddenly a man in scoring position for the Red Sox.
And a little dicey here, a little change of that little sinker right there, and it just eludes Ramos's glove. Looked like a pitch that he absolutely could have handled. And instead, it puts a runner in scoring position here with the left-handed hitting Devers at the plate.
Now Romo changed up his catcher right there, pass ball. Two.
He throws that changeup with such good, quick arm action. A lot of times that's what the hitter's swinging at.
Around his back foot, 1-2. It's only the second time in this game the Red Sox have had a man in scoring position. The other one was the leadoff triple by J.D. Martinez in the second inning, and he was stranded. Now Bogarts in second with 2 gone. And the 1-2, that takes care of the Red Sox. Devers out on strikes swinging. 2 Romo strikeouts in the inning, and we go to the 8th, tied 0-0. Scoreboard filled with a lot of zeros up there. We head into the 8th. No score. The Rays and the Red Sox in the Boston home opener. David Price, 7 innings. And he will depart now. The Rays started Yonny Chirinos. He began the game. Chaz Rowe and Sergio Romo following Chirinos. Carson Smith is the new pitcher for Boston.
Well, 7 shutout innings for David Price. He will now give way to the bullpen, and Carson now on for the 4th time. He does have 3 strikeouts in an inning and 2/3. However, that opponent's average 3.75 and the ERA of 10.80. So the Rays will be looking to get something started here in the top of the 8th.
Well, Rough Snyder's due up, but you see Malik Smith right there, and he will pinch hit with the right-hander Smith in the game. And the first pitch to Malik is a ball wide. 7 for Price, no runs, 3 hits, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Quickly a 2-0 count here. As Carson Smith faces Malik Smith, Alvarado and Colomé. Lefty and a righty up in the bullpen for the Rays.
Hey.
2-1.
Well, you think about the game, the one game that the Rays have won, and that was opening day, and it was the Boston bullpen that really gave it up. It had a hard time commanding the strike zone, a lot of walks. The Rays took advantage. Carson Smith was right in the middle of that.
Joe Kelly and Carson Smith. Smith took the loss. Rays turned out to be winners 6-4 in that one. Alex Smith trying to work his way aboard, pinch hitting here in the 8th. It's fouled back. Robertson opened the 3rd with a double. It's the only time the Rays have put a leadoff man on. J.D. Martinez opened the 2nd with a triple for Boston and was stranded. And that's the only time the Red Sox have put the leadoff man on. Manager and pitching coach talk it over right there. Pretty close. Alex Smith takes ball 3 and the count is full.
Well, working a nice little count here. Malik Smith able to lay off this sinker off the plate, more of like a runner. Got that arm side run. Carson Smith with a pretty unique arm angle.
Foul ball back. So he continues this good at bat.
Well, that's all you can do. Battle, battle, battle. Try to do anything you can to work your way on to the bases. And with your speed, all of a sudden, you've got to contend with him, and Rays have a chance to get something going.
And there's ball 4. Alex Smith does draw the leadoff walk, and that's a good start for the Rays in the 8th inning.
Well, Carson Smith, like I said, the Rays were able to make their hay off this Boston bullpen by missing the strike zone and the free pass. So here you go. Get one to start off the 8th, top of the order coming up.
Matt Duffy with a look at Matt Quatraro, the third base coach. And 0 for 3 days so far for Duffy. Pitch inside. No ball, no strikes. Strike makes it 1-1. Over to first. Alex Smith back in. Smith worked Tuesday in the Boston win. There goes Malik Smith, and the pitch is lifted into center field. Bradford Jr. is going to have to go back, still going back, and that one is gone. Home run to center field off the bat of Matt Duffy. And the Rays are on the board, taking a 2-0 lead. With Malik Smith breaking, Matt Duffy belts his first home run of the year and hits it out to center field. That breaks a scoreless tie, and the Rays are up by 2. How about that blast from Matt Duffy? He got it airborne and got it out of here.
Well, Matt Duffy, you know, and Carson Smith, the lack of command allows you to be picky. And so you can look one pitch, one spot. Carson Smith needs to throw a strike, and he does right out over the plate. And Matt Duffy, with that wind helping, got that ball, hit it hard, got it high enough, and you could see Jackie Bradley Jr. give up on it quick.
Now 1-0 to Kevin Kiermaier. Strike around the knees.
With some of these teams that were really counting on their bullpens to be a major strength of their team across the game, and they have let them down a couple of times. Boston's being one of them, and it's hard to nitpick a team that's 5-1, but get David Price out of the game and you make immediate noise.
And strike 3 called. Kiermaier the first out here in the 8th. Well, the Rays got the walk drawn by Malik Smith and a home run from Matt Duffy. 3rd home run of the year for the Rays. And here's another look.
That ball ran back middle in, and Matt Duffy, good launch angle, 32 degrees, get that ball up in the air, let the wind help out a little bit.
Carried 410 feet. Carlos Gomez takes one away. 1 ball, no strikes. That's wide. 2-0, fastball outside. Now 3-0. There's been a battle coming back from Carson Smith, who spent almost the entire year, save for the last month of the season, on the disabled list a year ago. Now strike 3-1. Here's a guy who's averaged almost 11.5 strikeouts for 9 innings for his major league career, and trying to work his way back. It's fouled back.
You can see mechanically why from time to time Carson Smith will have issues with consistent command and throwing strikes, especially coming back, you know, off the injury, trying to get acclimated back in after missing so much time. But he's got a very unique low arm angle, kind of slings the ball towards home plate, and with as much late action as he gets on it, you can envision him yanking it off the plate.
That's foul, just back of first. Gomez will return to the plate.
You think about him holding on to the ball just a hair too long, he's going to yank it across the plate, and if that thing rolls off those fingers a little too soon, you get that arm side run, and it's not able to stay on the plate on that side. So it's,
yeah, that delivery seems to be labor intensive as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of hard work that goes in, and the release point is everything.
In on the fist, and a little liner caught by Ramirez at first. So Gomez jammed by the pitch. The second out. It's going to bring up C.J. Cron. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live at home, in the office, or on the go with MLB.tv. Your subscription includes MLB At Bat Premium, allowing you to watch live baseball on your favorite supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. C.J. Cron looks at a strike. Rays have taken an 8th inning lead here on a 2-run home run by Matt Duffy. Wave and a miss, 0-2. Duffy heating up by the heater in the dugout there.
Should already be toasty warm after that blast.
One and two the count here on C.J. Cron. Bit of that one, and it's fouled. We'll see how C.J. Cron works out with the Rays. As we mentioned, he's hit 16 home runs in each of the last 3 years. He has power, and he has that power hitter swing too.
And tries to create leverage, tries to get the ball in the air, which he should. Very strong. And you think that, you know, he did get a good number of at-bats out there in Anaheim, but being almost an everyday player here with the Rays and given the opportunity to hit in the middle of that lineup and to be turned loose, you would certainly think that that 16 home runs is going to be the floor.
I would think so. I think that's a realistic assessment, and you would expect. There's a hot shot. It's a foul ball down the left field line. Given the full complement of at-bats during a full season, you could see him hitting a lot of home runs. The Rays are certainly hopeful of that. They have a 2-run home run here in the 8th. A little chopper foul. Count remains 1-2. The tap to the first base side. Smith to cover, takes the toss from Ramirez. The Rays are out, but they pick up 2 on a walk by Malik Smith and a home run to center field. Struck by Matt Duffy. Bottom of the 8th coming. 2-0 Tampa Bay. Saturday. Tomorrow's a day off, so Saturday on Rays Live. Pre-game shows presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Jake Faria gets the start. We'll hear from him, and Doug will break down Danny Echeverria. Their pre-game show Saturday. Jose Alvarado makes his 4th appearance now for the Rays. He's on to face Eduardo Nunez. Nunez, a couple of ground ball outs. All of that against Chirinos. And a ground ball up the middle, backhanded nicely there by Daniel Robertson. And he takes care of Nunez. 1 pitch, 1 out on the ground ball, handled by Robertson.
Boy, I've heard you say that a lot here today. Rays pitchers, and it started with Yanni Chirinos going right out after this lineup, pounding the zone, forcing early contact, and the Rays making the plays behind him.
There's Jackie Bradley Jr. twice has gone out Robertson to Miller. And a strike, that one in at 99 on the outside corner. Nice way to start an at bat if you're the pitcher.
Well, he's got such elite stuff, and when you put it there, there is nothing a hitter's going to be able to do with it. Then you got the slider on top of it. He's got great stuff. It's just a matter of harnessing control of it.
Won the count. That's a strike. 98 popping out of the mid of Ramos. And a swing at him as he's out on strikes. Ramos tags him out. Jackie Bradley Jr. out number 2.
Boy, how about the location on that pitch? 98 miles an hour, and it's in, so you've got to get started quick. And then look at the little action at the very end. You get a little bit of sinking action. Jackie Bradley Jr. on that pitch did not have a chance.
I mean, he started him away at 99 on the outside corner, finishes him 98 in with that late little darting action. So 2 up, 2 down. Christian Vasquez, the catcher, at the plate. And that's 99 for a strike. Fouled away. I'm telling you right there, 99. Ramos set up away on the corner, and that was perfectly placed. And Vasquez got a little foul ball off it.
When Alvarado's locked in like this, when he can take that stuff and move it around the zone and put it where he wants it, you just don't have much of a chance. You're just looking to put the ball in play. You're not going to drive anything.
And strike 3 call. How about that? Drops that on him after a couple of 98s well placed. And then he just freezes him right here. 1, 2, 3 with 2 strikeouts. To you by your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. And by your local Honda dealer. Rays and the Red Sox from Fenway Park. Rays with a 2-run home run in the 8th from Matt Duffy will carry a lead into the 9th inning, and they'll face the right-hander Hector Velasquez. They faced in a starting role at Tropicana Field on Sunday.
And be ready for a little bit of everything. He put up a nice line, 5 2/3. Gave up just a 1 earned run. Had a walk, 5 strikeouts, 79 pitches, and here he is coming into a ball game in the top of the 9th out of the bullpen.
Showing great versatility.
That's the name of the game anymore. Whether it's a pitching staff, whether it's position players, versatility is king in Major League Baseball.
29-year-old right-hander out of Mexico. And here's Wilson Ramos. It's a chopper charged by Bogarts. And the Red Sox shortstop throws out Ramos. 1 pitch and 1 out. The Rays got a run off him. 5 hits and 5 2/3. It was Brad Miller who connected for a home run off Velasquez at Tropicana Field on Sunday. And here's Miller to face him at Fenway today. Brad 1 for 3, singled his first time up, and came back in the 2nd inning. Takes a fastball for strike 1. Two. Price, Smith, and Velasquez for Boston. The Rays have utilized Chirinos, Rowe, Romao, and Alvarado, and they have Colomé up in the bullpen. 1 and 2.
Well, thus far, it really could not have worked out any better for Kevin Cash. You know, you get 5 innings out of Chirinos. I don't think that he envisioned that. Even so, at that point, you can then go to your 1 inning guys, and that's what he did with Rowe. Your 1 inning, Romo, boom, Alvarado, very efficient.
Ground ball, a backhanded stop by Ramirez, and off the mound to cover Velasquez. That ball sharply hit by Miller. They had the shift on for him. And Nunez was in short right field, actually, as it turned out, backing up Ramirez.
What a great shot of it there. See what you're talking about, Dwayne, and Nunez actually would have been able to field that, but Hanley Ramirez said, I got it. 2nd out.
2 gone, bases empty. Oh, Danny Echeverria. Strike 1. Echeverria retired on a very good catch way back in the 2nd inning. Made a bid for a hit in right field, and Mookie Betts took that away. This is low. He's grounded to 2nd and has struck out since then. Betts will lead off the bottom of the 9th inning for Boston. It'll be Betts, Benintendi, and Ramirez coming up. Now it's 2 and 1 to Echeverria. Fly ball center field. Bradley Jr. in line to catch it. 1, 2, 3 go the Rays. Bottom of the 9th. Betts Benintendi and Ramirez against Alex Colomé. Two to nothing ball game. The Rays with a couple runs late on the 2-run home run in the 8th inning by Matt Duffy. Yonny Chirinos working 5 very good innings for the Rays. Gave up 3 hits, no runs. Then Duffy has supplied the only runs in this game. It's been Chirinos, Rowe, Romo, Alvarado, and now Colomé. And he'll be working against the top of the order with Mookie Betts about to lead off.
Yeah, he's going to have to earn it. No question about that. Red Sox down to their final 3 outs. Some dangerous hitters coming to the plate.
Betts had a base hit back in the 3rd inning. He is 1 for 3. Colomé starts him with a strike. The leadoff man so important here. The Rays up by 2 now. Colomé ahead in the count, 2 strikes. Colomé picked up the save opening day in the 6-4 win for the Rays at Tropicana Field, and a ground ball base hit on an 0-2 pitch. Betts singles through the hole on the left side.
Man, just a pitch that was a little bit too good to hit at an 0-2 count. And I'm sure that Alex Colomé wanted to take this pitch off the plate, but it stays on the outer half, and Mookie Betts is able to get out around it and hammer it through the hole.
Now it's Andrew Benintendi. Benintendi 1 for 3 today, and really for the first time this Boston crowd in the game. And there's a strike to start Benintendi. Opening day sellout of 36,134. Foul ball, 0-2 the count now to Benintendi. Hit the ball on the ground each of the last 2 times up. Grounded out to first in the 3rd, out second to first in the 6th inning. And a base hit his first time up. to the dirt. It's blocked by Ramos. Nice job there. 1-2.
And those can be difficult. Boy, that ball comes out. It was spiked by Colomé well out in front of the plate. That breaking ball comes up high, and Ramos keeps it right in front.
Pretty close right there. A little bit wide though on the fastball. And it's 2-2.
That fastball stayed through. You know, some of these fastballs from Colomé tries to cut a little bit, but he tried to bury that four-seamer right on the outer edge, and it just missed. Gonna try to throw that little backdoor slider cutter hybrid right off that pitch.
And it's upstairs. Snap throw down to first and back in. It's Betts. The count has gone full.
You throw that four-seamer off the plate away, close. Okay, now start that backdoor little slider that, you know, really acts like a cutter. And you hope that he gives up on it and it catches the outside corner, but that one, he was not able to get into the zone, and now you've got to make a pitch.
This is only the second full count a Red Sox hitter has run today. Ramirez caught looking on a 3-2 pitch in the 7th. Benintendi fouls this one away, and we'll see another 3-2 delivery. Yarbrough, the lefty, up in the bullpen for the Rays. Two, and it's upstairs. First two men aboard, and that pushes Betts to second on the walk to Benintendi.
A couple of mistakes here. 0-2 base hit to Mookie Betts, and then you lose Benintendi. Does not get any easier.
Well, there's Ramirez. Ramirez 1 of 5 with 3 strikeouts in his career against Colomé. Ramirez with 2 strikeouts, a ground ball to third in between. A big cut and a miss, and he was going for it there. Strike one. Second, and Benintendi at first. Fly ball center field. That's going to drop in front of Kiermaier. Betts will score. It's 2-1. Benintendi to second, and Ramirez drives on a run. Single walk, single, and the Red Sox are on the board.
Well, and where they had Kevin Kiermaier playing out there in center field, kind of shading over towards right center, Mookie Betts got a great read on this. This ball stays in, and Hanley Ramirez kind of stays inside of it and drops it right in front of Kiermaier. But Mookie Betts, aggressive coming off second base, reads it very well, and that allows him to get home and score, cut the deficit to 1. And you're still into some trouble here. First and second, nobody out, and Kyle Snyder to the mound.
So a conference on the hill before the Rays deal with J.D. Martinez. Well, the base hit off the 0-2 pitch, and then the walk to Benintendi. For Ramirez singles home the first Boston run of the day. Martinez 0 for 1 in his career against Colomé. Martinez tripled back in the second inning and struck out and lined out. The ball hard on a line to left in the seventh when Rep Snyder was out there and he caught the ball. And there's ball one. Take a look at that pitch again. That was close.
It certainly was, right there at the bottom of the zone. Could have gone either way.
Cut and a miss, 1-1. Little cut on that one, and Martinez trying to lift it. Big trouble here for Colomé and the Rays in the bottom of the ninth. Ground ball outside of third. 1-2.
Well, you can see the game plan here. Trying to stay away from J.D. Martinez. A little bit of, you know, that's where that, not a true slider with heavy action at the very end, almost like a cutter, but something moving towards the ground, trying to get him to pound that ball into the ground. Get yourself a ground ball double play. Maybe now a strikeout.
1-2. It's away with a fastball there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bogarts is on deck. Doesn't get any easier. Ground ball, shortstop. Out at second, out at first. The Rays get the double play. And over to third base goes Benintendi. So a big double play on the ground ball off the bat of Martinez, and the Rays convert it.
Yeah, and how about Brad Miller again? Nice job here by Echeverria, racing to the bag, low throw, backhanded scoop. He bails him out again, and the Rays 1 out away now.
So 2 gone. Benintendi's at third. Xander Bogaerts becomes the hitter. Bogaerts 5 of 14 in his career against Alex. So it's coming down to this right now in a 2-1 ball game. Pitch too low. Hits and a walk in the inning, a run home, a double play. Man at third, 1-0 the count to Bogaerts. Cut and a miss. 1-1. Or they don't come easy. A popper foul carries out of play. And reaching for that one. Another cutter from Colomé.
Well, and staying true to form and to the script, these teams play close games.
Yes, they do.
I mean, back and forth they go, but they are always competitive.
A ball, 2 strikes. Here it is. And a shot back into left field. Back goes Malik Smith. He reaches up and cannot hold it. The tying run will score. Into second base goes Bogarts. Malik Smith went back to the wall. Had a shot. Has Benintendi scores, and it's a 2-2 ball game.
Boy, everybody here did not know how to react because initially it looked like Malik Smith had made the play. You're watching it with the naked eye. A ball well hit by Bogarts. And Malik Smith heading back towards the wall to try to put an end to this game. And just not able to do it. He was able to get underneath that pitch and drive it. And this is how close. Actually never even went into the glove. It stuck behind him. Over the glove, off the wall. Stayed tight. And that's when everybody lost it.
So Bogarts doubles off the wall. They've sent Devers to first on the intentional walk. And now it's Nunez. Pitch is down.
Well, and Nunez has been watching how Alex Colomé has been working these hitters and knows that he wants him to go after something at the bottom of the zone. So he's going to try to force him to get a pitch up.
Ball 2-0. Jackie Bradley Jr. is on deck. Red Sox had 3 hits all day. They have 3 here in the ninth. Pop foul and is headed out of play. Now 2-1. Well, the 2-strike single by Betts started this. And a base hit off the glove of Duffy, picked up by Echeverria behind him, and the bases are loaded. That ball headed into left, and Duffy got a glove on it to deflect it to Echeverria.
Boy, that may have saved the game. That play right there by Matt Duffy. Boy, oh boy, that ball was roped, and with 2 outs and Bogarts running, going to be a real good chance that he's going to score and end this game. And Duffy, a step and a dive, and gets enough of it that Echeverria can track it down.
Bases loaded now with 2 gone. Here's Jackie Bradley Jr. Bradley 0 for 3. And the pitch is a strike on the outside part of the plate. Colomé with 26 pitches now in the inning. It's down 1-1. Foul ball right back. 1-2. Red Sox have sent 8 hitters to the plate. They have scored twice. They have the bases loaded, 2 gone. 1-2 to Jackie Bradley Jr. and a chopper out to second. Throw to first is in time, and we're going to go into extra innings. Boy, another scoop over at first by Brad Miller. Robertson off balance, throwing across his body. Alan Porter made the call at first. Out the call, and the Red Sox deciding what they want to do in regard to taking a look at it. We'll take a look at it here.
Oh boy, that's about as close as you can get. You know what? If it's going to be that close, I think you've got to stick with what they called on the field.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, certainly you understand the Red Sox taking a look at it, but I don't think there is anything definitive to overturn that. Just going to have to live with it.
Well, they talk about it being in the glove, not necessarily in the pocket,
Right.
but in the glove. So the Red Sox will challenge the call.
One thing that Bradley Jr. did to give himself a chance was go to that front edge of the bag, the shortest distance. Well, I thought initially too Daniel Robertson was going to field that ball and just take it to second base, step on the bag and be done with it.
Yeah, he was off balance when he made the play, and he made the decision to go back to first base instead of trying to get to the bag. And take maybe another look at him to see where he was in position to the bag at second, and how balanced or unbalanced he was at the time trying to get back to the bag. And here is the look.
He's out. It's out.
It's got to be definitive to overturn the call. And I'd be surprised if they overturn it. We'll see. He's out. So they took a look at it, and we're going to go into extra innings. Out at first is the call. The Red Sox scored 2 in the bottom of the 9th inning. And we will go on to the 10th with the Rays and the Red Sox tied at 2, and there's a ball in the glove. And Bradley not happy. On to the 10th. Pitching has dominated this game most of the day until the 8th when Matt Duffy hit a 2-run home run off Carson Smith to give the Rays a 2-0 lead. That set up the bottom of the 9th when Boston sent 8 men to the plate to eventually tie it.
Boy, and came so very close to winning it. We went to replay on that final play with the bases juiced. But they came out swinging the bats. This one just getting over the head of Malik Smith. That would tie the ball game with 2 outs. But the play by Matt Duffy, the play where it didn't really make a play, deflected a hard ground ball that could have ended the game. Echeverria able to track it down. That kept the runner at third, the bases loaded, the Rays get out of the inning, and I'll tell you, it took a while, but things have heated up, huh?
So we go to the 10th. Craig Kimbrell in the game out of the bullpen. First pitch, Denard Span pinch hitting. Span looks at a strike. Well, we all know how difficult Kimbrell can be out there. How about this domination of the Rays over the last 11 appearances against the Rays? 26 strikeouts.
Out of 33 total outs. I mean, that is just off the charts. That's like backyard against the kids.
Span takes it wide, 2-1. Kittredge up in the bullpen. He had been up earlier in the day. Colomé gave up a couple of runs, 2 walks, 3 hits. One of the walks intentional. There's a base hit into right field for Denard Span, and the Rays have a base runner against Kimbrell. Boy, that's big news. Span delivers the leadoff base hit in the 10th.
Well, what would you expect from the early, way too early Rays offensive MVP?
Yeah.
Denard Span has had all the big hits for this team, and here's another one.
He's been remarkable. So he's aboard. Now Malik Smith.
Gonna lay this down, right?
One would think. Devers close at third. And no sign there. Ball, no strikes. Span the base runner. Devers stays close. Runner goes, and the ground ball hit to the shortstop side, and Span will move up to second as Bogart had to reverse his field to make the pickup and throw to first, and the Rays do advance the runner.
Man, you forget the traditional lay down the bunt and move them. Let's go with a little hit and run action, and almost able to sneak this one by Bogarts, but he's able to backtrack, make the play, get the out at first, but that leaves the Rays with 2 shots, the runner in scoring position.
Span moves up. Here's Matt Duffy. Duffy and Kiermaier will get a shot. First pitch down. Go back to the 8th inning for our Geico great moment of the game for the Rays. The home run by Duffy. 410 feet. Home run to center field, connecting off Carson Smith. It's 1-1. 96 on the fastball from Kimbrell. 2. Hard stuff again.
Starts to dial it up with the velocity. He's got a quick arm, good late action on the fastball, good carry on that pitch, and then that devastating curveball to go along with it.
And a cut and a miss. Went up with the fastball at 96, strikes him out. 96 up, 2 down.
Walked him, Dwayne, right up the ladder. Just kept raising the eye level, and Matt Duffy followed him all the way up and out of the zone.
There you see chasing that one up. And now Kevin Kiermaier against Kimbrel. It's a ball inside. Kiermaier 0 for 4 today and 0 for 5 in his career against Kimbrel. It's a ball down and in, 2-0. Hopping away from Vasquez, but not far enough to give Span any thoughts of attempting a move up. Kevin Cash and Chip Span has started. Single, moved to second on the ground ball. He's there with 2 outs after the strikeout of Duffy. 2-0 the count on Kiermaier. Ooh, did he go? Down he goes. And the Red Sox wanted the appeal. Angel Hernandez says no. And the count's going to be 3-0.
Well, the way that Kevin Kiermaier spun, this is an example. A lot of times this does get called a swing. You see him start and spin all the way down. And Angel Hernandez absolutely could have called that a swing. Unfortunately for the Rays, he does not. Fans here not liking many of the decisions here late in the game.
3-0 now. And ball 4, Kiermaier draws a walk. That will put 2 runners aboard for the Rays. Single and a walk in this inning. 2 on, 2 out. Carlos Gomez will be the hitter. And the Red Sox talk it over on the hill. David Levangie out there, the pitching coach. Carlos Gomez has struck out, popped out, flied out, and lined out. Looking for his first hit. And he takes a pitch in the dirt for a ball. Gomez 1 for 7 in his career against Kimbrel. Rays and the Red Sox in the 10th. That's wide. 96 off the plate. 2-0. Vasquez doing the best he can to present that as hitting the corner. And Tishner did not buy it. 2-0. Outside again. 3-0.
Almost the same pitch. Same result, same attempt by Vasquez to get it into the zone.
Span second. Kiermaier first. And a strike in there. 3-1. Kimbrel working the 10th in this tie game. And ball 4. So the bases will be loaded. And that pushes Span to third. Kiermaier up to second, and Gomez goes to first. They're loaded with 2 outs for C.J. Cron. Cron 0 for 4 against Kimbrel. Single, 2 walks, they're loaded. Cron had a base hit in the 6th inning. And the pitch inside, that stayed in. He tried to start him with a breaking ball, and it didn't bite.
And did you see C.J. Cron almost looked like he was keeping that elbow in there just a little bit longer? Maybe take that one for the team and get an RBI. Very close.
And now strike call. 1-1. The fastball. Plenty of the zone right there at 96, and now it's 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Fired that one by him. And the Rays will leave the bases loaded. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts in the inning, and we go to the bottom of the 10th. Tied 2-2. live on your mobile device with Fox Sports Go, presented by T-Mobile. Download the app and take Fox Sports Sun and Rays baseball wherever you go. We are going into the bottom of the 10th inning. Red Sox and the Rays tied 2-2 in the Boston home opener. Andrew Kittredge will come on, pitcher number 6 for the Rays. And he's going to face Christian Vasquez to lead it off. Joey Wendell in the game to play second base, coming in along with Kittredge on the mound. Vasquez 0 for 3 today, a couple of strikeouts. And Kittredge opens with the slider and gets a swinging strike from Vasquez. Strike one. And again, 0-2. A couple of chases there by Vasquez.
A couple of good pitches there by Kittredge. Starting him in the zone and taking him out. Got to believe too, if you're going to get chases to get to 0-2, you'd better be looking for a chase here to get the out.
And he throws the fastball. This is a little wide. 1-2. Top of the order, Mookie Betts on deck. He started the ninth. Right side, Wendell just into the game, gets an opportunity and throws out Vasquez. Well, Mookie Betts stepping in.
He got it started for him. Top of the ninth inning with a 2-strike base hit into left field. All he can do is watch this one.
There's a strike up Pedroia. Talk about a guy made for a game like this one.
Soon
Strike.
enough.
Yep. Quickly ahead, 0-2.
Kittredge coming in with the stuff of a late inning relief. Hard slider, good velocity on the fastball.
Let's stay down and foul that one. Still 2 strikes. Alex Cora, the new Red Sox manager, looking on here. It's down, 1 ball, 2 strikes. And a swing and a miss. Slider takes care of Betts.
Been sharp with the slider. That's a good one right there. He starts it right in the middle of the plate and drops it just below the zone. And I think Betts may have gotten a piece of that, but corralled by Ramos. 2 outs.
Andrew Benintendi. Pitch away. Bit off the plate. Away again. 2-0. A ground ball and a strikeout. 2 up, 2 down. Hanley Ramirez, the on deck man. 2-0 pitch, skied towards center field. Here comes Kiermaier to make the catch, and it's a 1-2-3-10. We'll head into the 11th inning. Rays and the Red Sox tied at 2. Scored 2 in the 8th. Red Sox scored 2 in the 9th to send us into extra innings, and Bobby Pointer, the lefty, will come on. Pitcher number 5 for Alex Cora.
Well, this will be his 4th appearance, and it covers 2 2/3 innings of work. We are in extra innings where the margin of error is very, very slim.
Well, the Rays will have Wilson Ramos, the first man to face the lefty. Brad Miller scheduled to hit next, followed by Danny Echeverria. So we'll see what the Rays can do against the left-hander. Ramos out in front. First pitch, strike 1. Pointer into the game, and right there with a changeup. Foul back 0-2. Spent 99 games in the minor leagues and averaged a little over a strikeout per inning. His time there. Ball 2 strikes.
You can see not overpowering with the stuff. That fastball right up there, 89, 90 miles an hour. The changeup was at 81.
Foul out of play. Red Sox drafted him in the 2015 draft out of the University of Florida. He's a non-roster player in camp with the Red Sox this spring and has made the team as the lefty in the bullpen. And a little wide right there. 2-2. Miller on deck. Now, after falling behind in the count, Ramos has worked it to 3-2. fouls it. Put him out in front a bit. It's a 3-2 changeup. Shows you what Pointer thinks of his changeup.
Yeah, you throw it, you know that it's an action pitch. You've got to make something happen. You do not want the leadoff walk, but yet you have the confidence to go to it. It sends a message to that opposing dugout, too.
And he comes back with a fastball and strikes out Ramos swinging.
You know, and maybe just that little bit of doubt that you put in a hitter's mind allows that fastball to sneak by him. You know, because the hitter says, wait a minute, if he's willing to throw me the 3-2 changeup, I got to be ready for everything. And then 90, all of a sudden, he's able to power it right by you. And he was tardy.
Now Brad Miller. Brad had a base hit back in the second, 1 for 4. Takes a pitch for a ball. One and one. Got Price for 7, Smith, Velasquez, Kimbrel, now Pointer. Miller, did he go? He did. He tried to check. And on the appeal then to Angel Hernandez, the count advances to 1 and 2.
And not your typical pitch. That was a changeup up and in, and Brad Miller starts it. Angel Hernandez says that he went too far.
Count will hold at 1 and 2.
Yeah, Vasquez wanted that fastball down and away. Pointer did a great job of getting it there, and now you can envision coming back with that little short, tight slider.
And a cut and a miss.
Got me guessing too. He's got these Rays hitters guessing, had him set up perfectly for that little short slider, and instead, and it looked like Vasquez with the body language wanted that fastball up and away, and Pointer just took it off the plate away, and Brad Miller went right out after it. Here it is. It's a wave.
So 10 strikeouts for Boston pitching, 2 gone in the 11th to Danny Echeverria. He takes ball 1. Echeverria looking for his first hit of the day. A couple fly balls sandwiched around a ground ball to second and a strikeout. That's a liner, going to be foul back at third off the stands. It's 1 and 1. The outside edge, says Todd Tishner. It's 1 and 2.
Been around the zone, been sharp out there on the mound. Sometimes those calls go your way. That ball clearly off the plate.
And a big cut on a fastball, and it's foul right back. We'll see another pitch at 1 and 2. Wendell on deck. 2 and 2. Liner into right field. That will stay up. Caught by Betts, and the Rays with a couple strikeouts and a line to right. We're up and down 1, 2, 3. Still tied 2-2. One of the big hits in the ninth when the Red Sox came back to tie. Single into center field. Chased home rookie Betts. That made it 2-1. And then Xander Bogaerts hit this one just over the leaping Malik Smith and left to tie the game. So we're tied 2-2, bottom of the 11th. And that play right there, very close. And upon the review, that call stood for the final out on the ball hit by Jackie Bradley Jr. Andrew Kittredge worked a 1-2-3 10th inning. Has a strike in here to Ramirez to begin the bottom of the 11th. Fastball, and it's fouled. 0-2. Martinez on deck, and then Xander Bogaerts will bat. Ground ball, shortstop, picked up by Echeverria. The throw right on the money for the out. One gone. One of the things the Rays have to be concerned about with running the pitching staff the way they are now with the bullpen days would be extra inning games. And they're in one right now.
How many pitfalls, can make this experiment go awry? You start thinking about short outings by your actual starters. Rays have had a couple of those here in the early going, and extra innings.
Yep.
After you've burned up all of your one-inning guys, and now you're left with the pen full of your multiple inning guys, and you've got another bullpen day looming.
Strike the count on Martinez, and they got a very good performance from Yonny Chirinos today, covering 5 innings in what was intended to be a bullpen day.
What a huge pickup for the Rays pitching staff, and what a job he did.
Yeah, he's impressive for the second time we've seen him. Very impressive. 1 ball, 1 strike. Martinez fouls it again. Martinez reached his first time on the triple that gave Kiermaier trouble in center field. The wind factored into that. Ground ball, that's going to go through into center. Kiermaier with the pickup. Rays had opened the right side, and he hit it to the right side of second, through into center. Rays getting a little shifty here.
Yeah, well, you see Joey Wendell right there, and all of a sudden you're going to get a slider down and away that JD Martinez already talked about the fact that he will stay inside the baseball and drive it the other way most of the time in the air. But that one being on the ground, there was nobody home.
Xander Bogaerts. Swihart running at first for Martinez. The pitch is down. So the pinch runner
trying to get a little bit more speed out there at the base paths, and Blake Swihart came up in this organization as a catcher, but transition out there, another versatile player, getting some time in the outfield, can run a little bit better than JD Martinez, but a very short lead right now.
Kittredge goes over with a toss. Both teams utilizing both their closers. Bogaerts has one hit of Kittredge. That was a home run. He is 1 for 1 against him. 2-0. Bogaerts hit that home run the Saturday game at Tropicana Field when Kittredge fell behind him 3-1, and then he hit a fastball out. There's a fastball for a strike to make it 2-1. One on, one out. Second inning of work for Andrew Kittredge. Liner caught down at third by Duffy. Boy, that ball was hit hard. And Duffy got that glove up there to make the catch. That could have been trouble if it goes down into the corner.
I'll tell you what, that ball was blistered. I didn't get my eyes to Duffy before the ball had already gone into the glove. Wow.
How about that? Reaching up to grab that one, because that was headed for the corner. Now the ball gets away, and there goes Swihart down to second base. Ramos looked for it, but could not immediately find it. And now Swihart's at second base.
And Kevin Cash is saying, go ahead and send Devers down to first.
Yep.
Walk him.
Second time he's been intentionally moved to first. 2 men on, 2 men out. Take a look at this pitch getting away from Ramos.
Right down there, and it just snuck underneath the glove. Didn't get it around and down in time.
So now, with Swihart at second and Devers intentionally walked, Nunez will be the hitter. 2 on, 2 out. Nunez reached on a base hit in the 9th. Takes the ball down and away. Slider to start him. that one. Again, down and away.
Well, just like he did with Colomé, trying to force a pitch up into the zone. And able to lay off these two tough sliders by Kittredge to get the count moving in his favor.
And he fouls it.
Couldn't help himself. Eventually, hitters, they want to swing the bat.
Yep, and Kittredge showing 3 consecutive sliders to him. Swihart, the base runner, in second. That's the one that counts. 2-ball game, and ball 3, fastball wide. 3-1 to Nunez. Three balls and a strike. Here it is. Strike 2. So the count is full. Threw him a slider to take the count full.
How about the little front door slider? Just trying to throw that thing for a strike. Kind of buckles Nunez there. Catches the inside corner.
Three-two. And a ground ball to third. Duffy gets the tag on Swihart, and the Rays are out of the 11th. Rays and the Red Sox will head to inning number 12. Rays and the Red Sox in the Boston home opener. Boston scored 2 in the bottom of the 9th inning against Alex Colomé to tie this game. Getting colder by the moment, and Kevin Cash appropriately bundled up. The Rays face the left-hander Bobby Pointer, who had a 1-2-3-11. Joey Wendell opens the 12th and takes the ball. Wendell entered the game at second base in the 10th. Bounces it foul down beyond Ozzie Timmons. Strike on the outside part of the plate. Well, a day game here, the home opener for Boston. But as the afternoon has advanced, the infield and most of the grandstand now in the shadows. not available to the sunlight. Hey, base hit into right field. Wendell against the lefty pointer is aboard to open the 12th inning.
Well, great start here for the Rays in the 12th. But let's go back a little bit. Look at today's starters. They put on quite the show. You know, Yonny Chirinos taking the ball to begin this game. One of the Rays bullpen days. And Yonny Chirinos gave Kevin Cash everything that he could have hoped for. 5 very efficient and extremely effective innings. And you saw that split changeup really emerge today. That pitch was absolute filth to go along with that heavy sinker and the slider on top of it.
Malik Smith putting down a bunt first base side, and that's going to move Wendell into second base. Nicely done. Nunez over to take the peg from Ramirez. So Malik Smith, all that running practice paying off there as he sacrifices the Rays runner into scoring position.
What was this, 1987? Playing small ball right here. Move the runner up. Give yourself a couple of chances to get him in. Well done.
And a conference on the hill. The Red Sox with Wendell. I'll tell you, you look at the bottom 2 spots in the Rays order. They've had 9 plate appearances before the sacrifice by Smith, and they've been on base 7 of the 9 times. And now a sacrifice out of the 9th spot.
You never know when where it's going to come from.
Yep.
Took advantage of some walks, worked some good at bats.
Well, let's see what Matt Duffy can do against Pointer. Duffy homered in the 8th inning to give the Rays a 2-0 lead. Came off Carson Smith. A fly ball back into right field. Betts is there to make the catch. Tag at second. Wendell will go to third, and he's there with 2 gone. So Duffy skies to right, and it's going to be up to Kevin Kiermaier against the lefty pointer. Kiermaier 0 for 4 with a walk.
What you want to see from Kevin Kiermaier in this at-bat is to stay with that up-the-middle approach. Stay on those pitches. Don't be afraid to use the middle of the field. It'll prevent you from pulling off that slider.
And he shortens on the bat. Takes the pitch a little high and back into third base. Here's Wendell.
Maybe trying to catch Boston defense here a little bit by surprise. Get that bunt down and let that speed do its thing.
It's fouled back. 1-1. Rays with a runner at third base. And again, he shows the bunt, shortens on the bat, takes the pitch upstairs. It's 2-1.
You've got Xander Bogaerts so far shading up the middle and deep. The only guy on that left side really is Rafael Devers. Right there's Bogaerts, and he was even a little bit further up there.
Kiermaier trying to check. It's a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And that's why you want him thinking up the middle, because as you saw that slider breaking away, watch the hip. Everything starts to leak, and he pulls off that pitch.
2-2. And he strikes him out. Fastball. And the Rays leave a man at third. in the 12th. Still tied 2-2. The Rays and the Red Sox are tied 2-2, moving into the bottom of inning 12. These are some of the diehards. A number of fans have already gone home on a day that started with a wind chill of 30 at game time. And it's not going to get any warmer. So we go to the bottom of the 12th. Andrew Kittredge has 2 innings of work in, starting his 3rd against Jackie Bradley Jr. Bradley 0 for 4. 3 times he's been out second to first. Close play in the 9th. 1 strike to count. Struck out in the 8th. Takes it down. It's 1-1.
Well, back out there for his 3rd inning. That's the one nice thing that the Rays have going for them is they do have a bullpen full of guys that can go multiple innings, so they can outlast you. It's going forward.
Yep,
that will be the issue.
2-1 now. The gap in right center field. That's going to go to the wall. Picked up by Kiermaier. And a leadoff double by Jackie Bradley Jr.
Boy, this is where if you're in a different sport, you call a timeout because you just feel that momentum shift on that one swing. Late in the game, you get the crowd back into it. That pitch just hangs up there for Jackie Bradley Jr., who really over the course of his career has not done much against the Rays, but boy, he got one to handle there and perfectly split the defenders to allow him to get into second base easily.
Well, here's the catcher, Christian Vasquez. Nobody out with a man in scoring position. Vasquez puts down the bunt. Toss to first in time and over to third base goes Bradley Jr. So a man at third base with 1 out for the top of the Boston lineup, and Mookie Betts due up.
You know, and this is where you pick your poison. You know, you got to run around third, 1 out. Here's the bunt. This throw by Andrew Kittredge. You'd like to see a little bit more air underneath it. Yeah, Wilson Ramos, yeah, that's a little unnerving. Didn't want to watch it a second time. And now what do you do? Wilson Ramos heading out for a mound visit right now, and you start to think to yourself, because it's a 1-run game, you could walk Betts and Benintendi, load the bases up, so you got to force out at every base and have to face Ramirez. JD Martinez, remember, would be out of the game if it went that far. See what they decide to do. I would say that pitching to Betts, runner at third, one out, 2 bases open, that'd be dicey.
Tishner out to hurry things along, and the Rays getting the lefty up in the bullpen and giving him a couple extra tosses by spending a little more time on the mound. So Mookie Betts, they're going to walk him intentionally.
See that coming, and now, the decision, do you go get Yarbrough to face Benintendi? I mean, I think you can almost walk Benintendi here and then go after Ramirez with the sliders.
So first and third, one out, and Benintendi due up, and here comes Kevin Cash.
Gonna go Yarbrough, looks like.
So the call to the bullpen made. So Kittredge will depart. He worked 2 1/3. And the call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Introducing the new Florida Times, the cash scratch-offs from the Florida Lottery, celebrating 30 years of winning with their biggest scratch-off top prize ever, $15 million. The Florida Lottery, it's your ticket. Claim it. Must be 18 or older to play. Play responsibly. Looking at left-hander Ryan Yarbrough. Yarbrough becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pitcher number 7. On to face Benintendi. Men on the corners. The man at third is Bradley Jr. And the Rays pull the infield up with Benintendi at the plate. So it's the lefty Yarbrough against Benintendi. And the first pitch is in there for a strike.
Well, and if you're looking at obviously a small sample size here in the early going, Benintendi high ground ball rate here in 2018, much higher than a season ago. And so you're going to pull everybody in. You're going to take your chance left on left. This is the matchup that Kevin Cash has chosen.
And the ground ball foul. 0-2. Yeah, it's hitter by hitter now with the potential winning run at third and 1 out. Benintendi up here now. Beyond him would be Ramirez. And then Swihart is in that DH spot vacated by Martinez. But the matter at hand right now is Benintendi for Ryan Yarbrough. ball, 2 strikes. And down to second base goes Betts.
Now that infield pulled in, there's not even a play to be made. Just kind of galloped down there.
They give him a stolen base. Betts. Second and third. 1 out, 1-2 the count. It's fouled away. Do it again on 1 and 2.
And Benintendi trying to get underneath something. Right now, you just got to put the ball in play. He'd love to get something to the outfield. You know, not only is the infield in, the outfield's in. They're playing very shallow in case there's a short fly ball or a bloop. They're able to make a play. Anything over their head, game's over anyway. So you pull everybody up tight. Jackie Bradley Jr., a ball on the ground, you know he's going to be running.
One, 2 again. And a foul ball. Big cut, just a little bit of it. Yarbrough on the hill. He last worked on Saturday against Boston. Pitched 4 innings. Making the 6th pitch of this matchup right here, and it's 2 and 2. Full count. Benintendi would not offer on the slider.
Well, here's the unfortunate thing. If he somehow loses Benintendi, now you have to pitch to Ramirez. Where if you're able to get Benintendi, you can let Ramirez, he's not even going to swing the bat.
Yep. 3-2 pitch. And he loses him. So he does indeed walk him. Loads the bases. You had some vision if you could get him, and you wouldn't have to pitch to Ramirez, and then you could have the Swihart matchup with Yarbrough. But now, with 1 out and the bases loaded, it's going to be Hanley Ramirez up here against Ryan Yarbrough. Two-ball game. Bases loaded now. And a fly ball into right field. That's going to do it. And 1 hops. That scores Bradley. And on the first pitch to Ramirez, he drives in the winning run. And in 12, the Boston Red Sox defeat the Rays 3-2. The home opener goes to Boston. And the Boston Red Sox decide this game on this pitch and this hit to right by Hanley Ramirez.
Yeah, a great job of Hanley Ramirez. What the Rays wanted right there was something moving away and down, get the ball hit into the ground, but he goes out there, gets underneath it, and as soon as it left the bat, the game was over. Nobody getting to that one.
Pointer will get the win. Kittredge will take the loss. The chase is on. Some renewed speed there by Ramirez. 3 hours and 55 minutes to play this one. 3-2 the final. Boston in 12 for Brian Anderson and Michelle Margot. Dwayne Stats, hope you've enjoyed the telecast and not the outcome. Rays, Red Sox tomorrow. Check that on Saturday at Game 2 of this series from Fenway.